Hello.
That's not it.
Let
It's
me
this
turn
one.
off the music. I think the game music is pretty good. So yeah, I thought I would just get through these quests today. Got the Chisa one and the Qiuyuan one. Let's go. How is everyone doing? How's your weekend going?
Passing through the rift didn't feel great.
That's all you've got to say after a full in Honami?
Why is there a weird filter? Does it look like there's some sort of noise filter? Chisa?
I hear you. I'm just enjoying the gentle sway. Especially when someone's beside me. Everything feels so peaceful all of a sudden. When you're ready to move on, I'll get up.
Dude is not vibing at all. Move forward and get off the swing.
I can already see our destination from here. Look at the cherry blossoms. They weren't blooming like this before. Luckily, a view like this can exist forever within the Sonora sphere. That fountain over there, it's been concealed by leftover irid glow crystals. Kind of a shame.
I'll take care of it. Just like back in Neon Tower.
Split light. Hello, Auntie. How you doing?
There's something in the water.
How was your weekend? Yes, I just had some cup noodles.
Let's fish it out and see what it is. This looks like a cassette tape.
Yeah, sleeping is what I do on weekends too. I played Valorant till like 3 or 4 a.m. last night with some friends. Then I did like my gacha dailies, and then I went to sleep at like 6 or something. Then I woke up at, I don't know, 3 p.m. or something. I slept so
I
long.
know what it is.
Cool. Good luck with your assignments.
Every Star Torch Academy student has a frequency storage cassette like
slept at
this
6
inside
too.
their terminals.
Were you awake doing your assignments, or were you awake doing something else?
I remember now. Gal Brennan once told me about them.
Where means meet.
I also have one in my terminal. They were given out during the orientation.
That's like the only reason I haven't started that game, because I think I'll get too into it and it'll take up even more time. That's why I'm rushing my assignment. Well, good luck.
If it's a device unique to Lahai Roy, what's it doing here?
Random castaways often appear inside the Honami sonorosphere. This must be one of those. I'll take this to Namipon. It should be able to help us find where it came from. Cherry blossoms. Right in front of us. It's so beautiful.
Let's go over there and take a picture. This right here is a photo moment.
Sure. You and I, together.
Wow. Very cinematic.
Make sure you look towards the camera.
I will.
And the scenery is so pretty, I kind of want to zoom out. That's nice.
When I was little, my parents once took me to a park full of cherry blossoms for a picnic. I made kirigami in all kinds of shapes and had them guess what they were. The kirigami didn't really look like anything, but when I told them, they'd always smile and pretend they understood. Those cherry blossoms, they looked just like they do now. after being away from home for so long, drifting around, I feel like I'm home again. Thank you, Senpai. They told me about you at the Black Shores, that you've lost some memories. This student ID card came into my possession by chance. It was in that tower that I found. No, that I recognized who it belonged to. I never found the right moment to return this to you. Here. This belongs to you.
I was a student at Star Torch Academy.
We never met in person at school, but I did read the course selection guide you wrote.
Bruh. I was like the kind of student who used to make course selection guides. I don't remember anything.
It's okay. Honami is where we first met each other. But I've been talking about myself this whole time. Why don't you tell me about your story so far? I'd like to know more about you. Renacida. Sounds like quite an adventure. Only someone like you, Senpai, could accomplish so much.
You can stop calling me that for now, although that title takes a little getting used to.
Alright. You always seem to find your way forward, no matter how uncertain things are, like you did in Honami. But I... What comes next? Should I continue my studies at the academy? Should I go home? Or should I do something else? I still haven't decided.
No need to rush your decision. You can take your time and stick around here for a while. At least you won't have to face the future alone anymore.
You're right. We're partners.
This is so cinematic.
I received a precious gift while traveling with you. The courage to face reality and move on. There's something else I want to give you besides the ID card. I was out of inspiration towards the end, but finally managed to finish it after coming back to Honami and getting some ideas.
So this is what you were working on during recovery.
Yes, it's a pretty tricky piece, so I ended up using a lot of paper. Looks very much like Honami, don't you think? My hometown was built next to the tacit field created by Honami's fall. Even though the lament still haunts us, some stubborn souls have rebuilt that familiar tower again. We still reach for the sky, still hope radio waves break through the blockade to connect the isolated regions left behind. painful memories of home will never fade, but I won't turn away from the beautiful ones either. Together, they are what make me Chisa.
Chisa.
This is my thank you gift to you. Something precious to me. A memory of my home.
I'll hold on to it.
I just remembered. Namiho always said the cafe needed more life. Maybe now is the time to try. Like you said, I have time to stick around for a while. So, would it be alright if I invite your friends from the Black Shores here for a party?
Of course.
Before I make any decisions on what to do next, I want Shasho Cafe to celebrate a real opening day.
Pink petals swirl upon the wind like, oh my god, that was too fast. Why not stay a little longer in this long season along the streets we once walked here in Honami? Old student ID. The real me. Man, I want to... Oh my god. I want to see...
So, do you want to hang around a bit longer, or shall we head back? I'll follow your lead.
There is something I want to ask.
Is there something else you'd like to know? We've got plenty of time.
Is this a sensitive topic to talk about? I think not. I think we've already helped her through... Like, we're working with the Black Shores to help her control her overclocking symptoms, so I think it's okay to talk
Are
about
you
this.
worried about me? I'm feeling alright for the time being.
Not pretending to be okay, right?
Not when I'm with you. The people at the Black Shores called it a miracle that someone who was on the verge of overclocking for so long could recover. But when we passed through Honami's rift, I felt a warm frequency flowing toward me. I suspect that's what helped stabilize my resonance energy.
Was it...
It was the person who brought you to Honami. In the end, the same person pulled me back from the edge.
Oh, Sumika.
So, do you want to hang around a bit longer, or shall we head back? I'll follow your lead.
What does this do? I mean, this should move us forward in the quest. What does this do? Oh, I can just hang around. Okay.
So, do you want to hang around a bit longer, or shall we head back? I'll follow your lead.
It's getting late. Let's head back to the cafe.
Come on then. We should spruce the place up a bit to give our friends a warm welcome.
Come to think of it, this is the first time I'm here at this cafe while wide awake.
You sure it's not because you've been putting in more nap hours lately?
Says who? I got locked out by the Sonora Sphere right from the start. Remember? I couldn't even get to you. And don't even get me started on all the wacky frequencies that I got mixed in with.
You did a great job. Welcome to Shasho Cafe, Abby.
Show Cafe.
Whoa, why the formality all of a sudden? So, you asked Shorekeeper to invite the Black Shores gang over for a party. They should be here pretty soon, right?
Yep. Let's go check on Chisa and see how the decorating is going.
Gotta hand it to ya. I love what you guys did with the place. Feels like a mini festival in here.
Oh, you're here. Namiko and I are just making finishing touches to the party.
That's so cute.
Welcome aboard, Abby.
Well, hello there, Chisa. It's nice to see you again. You're all so kind, you know? Say, what you got on the menu?
In the cozy cafe, vibrant lights dance on the walls. Soft chimes whisper. Glad to have you aboard again, passenger. Chisa's the acting manager today, and she'll be our host for the opening party.
Wait a minute. Something smells funny about this guy. This frequency isn't echo or TD. Feels like it's hiding a whole mixed bag in its fuzzy tummy.
It's the cafe's mascot. It's the guardian of Honami City.
You say that, but I don't trust it. Hey! Ain't there a whole lot more of you around here, too?
Would you like to join us in putting up the decorations, passenger?
Gladly.
And is completely ignoring me. Now it even chats up Rover like they're old buddies or something.
Look at those eyes. There's fire in them eyes.
Ah, the place is starting to turn into a party now.
Is something wrong with your friend?
No idea. Abby's just a little excited today, that's all.
After being an emergency shelter for so long, it's finally starting to become what it was supposed to be. I'll let you finish these last few decorations.
Menu board. Cherry blossom bonsai. Still grumpy about earlier?
As if. I told ya. There's something off about that furball. It's like the frequencies of people's emotions all got balled up together like a wad of bubble gum. But then again, I didn't pick up anything bad from it, though.
Be nice to the mascot, Abby. You'll get along just fine.
Alright, if you say so. I guess a chat wouldn't hurt.
Maintain eye contact. Smile. Greet everyone as they come in.
Feeling a bit nervous?
A little bit. I'm just reviewing the basics of greeting guests. Shasho Cafe is like home to me in Honami. Honestly, it's been a long time since I hosted anyone at home. I think the last time was sometime in high school.
You greeted me just fine. Just greet everyone like you'd greet me.
To me, you're different from everyone else.
Different?
I didn't give it much thought at the time. Anyway, I need to pull myself together. A manager must stay composed.
Passenger, Chisa was the one who proposed the party. She has put lots of efforts into preparations. For this, I'd like to prepare a surprise. A special ornament just for her. Any recommendations?
Maybe something related to her, maybe something that she likes.
Ah, yes. It must be something that Chisa would fall in love with immediately.
Bro just made a standee of her.
What's this?
Oh, it's a standee of the cafe's manager. I made it with the lingering frequencies around.
I really don't like how slow this Namipon speaks.
Do you like... No. What do you think of it?
As stylish as the original, as cute as the original. Fits in perfectly with everything around it. As stylish as the
You
original.
even included my weapon. Let's leave it here then.
I don't want to hit on her. She's probably so much younger than me. Than the rover. Talk to Namipon if you're ready.
Thank you for lending us a hand with the decorations, passenger. I'm sure the others will be very pleased.
Wait for your friends to arrive. Butterfly. What a stylish entry.
Rover, Chisa, I have arrived as scheduled. I see you are all waiting here. Could I be mistaken about the time?
No, not at all. We're glad you made it, Shorekeeper. Shasho Cafe welcomes you aboard.
Isn't there a new Shasho Cafe?
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
something, passenger. This awkward silence is killing me.
Sounds like you two already met at the Black Shores.
Yes. Shorekeeper personally oversaw all of the routine checkups during my recovery. She was very helpful.
Chisa remained on the verge of overclocking for a prolonged period within a distorted temporal flow. Her case required a full evaluation by the tether system.
Oh, now it's suddenly turned into a conversation about work.
Heard you bought the whole place out.
Ling. She's the manager. I'm just a customer like you are.
Very good, La. My reading for you said visitors from all around. Wealth coming in thick and fast. Super lucky day for an opening.
She's so cute.
You must be Buling. I've heard about you from Rover. You're the one who helped pinpoint Honami's rift. Thank you.
It's no biggie. Me and boss, we go way back. Just treat me to a good meal and we're even.
Look at that face. You're so cute.
Good to meet you, Chisa. And this floating one here.
I'm the cafe's mascot. Call me Nami-pon.
Hello, Nami-pon. You show the way? Been walking until my legs go jelly. Need to sit and rest a while.
What's the matter? Are the others on the way?
From the guest list you provided, only Encore, Buling, and myself were free to come. The others are either away or currently on assignment. Encore. She locked herself in her room and insisted on finishing Tethys' assigned homework.
I can't imagine how much homework that must be. Tell her it's time for another holiday.
That I tried. Encore kept insisting she finish it, even remarking, "Your time has come, big bad homework."
Yeah, that's Encore, all right.
Is Encore that little girl with pink hair? I helped her with some math problems over at the Haven of Sprouts once. She's a quick learner. She understood all the formulas I taught her in no time.
So you were Encore's new tutor. That explains why she's picking a fight with Tethys.
There's still time before the party begins. Why don't we go inside and have a seat? Would you like to start off with something to drink?
Anything would be fine. Is that?
Oh, no need to mind that.
Oh, very well. I shall follow the proper code of this cafe and prevent eye contact with your standee.
Wait, I didn't mean that.
Oh, that's funny. This appears to be a gallery set up by Chisa. It displays scenes from around Onami and the picture she took. Buling. Why not take a seat?
It's okay. I'm just admiring the feng shui. Bright and open. Good for drawing in fortune. Hard to find one so lucky.
There's no safer place in all of Honami.
Speaking of Honami, I actually came to see if any special reverberations were hiding in the city ruins. But after coming here, it's really quiet. You won't find another place like this in the outside world. A good thing,
Is
of
that
course.
good or bad?
It means that lots of people here let go of whatever they were holding on to. Just poof, all gone. Oh yeah, the coffee beans haven't been changed in ages, right? Next time, I'll bring some of my favorite blends for you to try.
You know, it must be really rough for you, having your frequency get split into pieces like that. And then clearing your head of all the clicking and buzzing.
They're so cute.
That's all in the past now. How's the rice dango?
Not bad, actually. Soft and chewy. Well, I guess I shouldn't have judged a Nami palm by its smell. Plus, you've been a big help to my buddy these past few days. I'll come give you a hand after I'm done with this dango.
Oh, that's lovely. We'll take all the help we can get.
Here you go. I hope it's to your liking.
Thank you. It's a bit bitter, but nothing I can't bear.
Sounds like it needs more sugar. How does it compare to the strong tea you had before?
It's all right. I rather think of it as a novelty. Now then, Rover, Chisa. The Black Shores has conducted another investigation on Star Torch Academy, the school that you both once attended.
And
As of now, we can confirm that the Academy, along with the entire region of Lahai Roi, has been completely isolated from the rest of the world by the Void Storm.
Void Storm. The regional wave-borne phenomenon of Lahai Roi that disrupts the frequencies of anything around it. It happens in a somewhat cyclical pattern. Why does every region have a different wave-borne phenomenon? Retroact rain in Jinzhou, Dark Tide in Renacita. Here you had the, what do you call it? Iridical crystallization in Honami, and now the Void Storm in Lahai Roi.
A wave-worn phenomenon unique to Lahai Roi. When it's active, any form of communication is blocked.
So you're saying, right now, there's no way for us to reach the Academy?
Oh, you're all here. How come I wasn't invited to the party?
I thought you could make it.
Don't be silly. silly. Seeing you is always my #1 priority.
The wink. Is it now?
Camellia, shouldn't you be on a mission?
I like the music.
Got it done early. And I would have finished it even sooner if someone had told me a city popped up off the coast of the Black Shores. So, you must be Chisa.
Hello.
I saw the report on Honami. Ugh, it's such a shame I wasn't there for the excitement. You wouldn't mind having an extra girl at your party, would you? I'd like to make up for all the fun I missed. A city doomed to be destroyed again and again. Air glow that triggers overclocking, and TDs tearing through the streets. But never mind that. You're here, I'm here. The two of us can dance. Doesn't that sound a lot more fun?
I guess. Why does her face look kind of weird? Her eyebrows are too long.
Oh, Rover. If I got pulled in too, how much more fun would that have been?
Don't get ahead of yourself. The crisis is over.
Fine, if you say so. I'll take those extra performances off the table then.
What are you talking about?
Anyway, pushing through the pain of overclocking and mastering the shiver of death clawing at your spine, I spy with my little eye a promising seed. Interested in trying a little germination test, Chisa? A little eval I host, just for the brave.
Eval, as in...
Defeat me, or be defeated.
Is this some kind of tradition in the Black Shores?
Relax, dearie. Don't get worked up just yet. You can show me your dance moves once you're fully recovered.
We have a special guest with us today. Well, hello to all the lovely listeners of the Pioneer Podcast. It's your old pal, Alto. Glad to have you, Mr. Alto. Why don't you start us off with the Qiuyuan incident? It all happened during the Truth or Fools big tour. Tickets were already pretty cheap, but scalpers hogged them all and were ripping off unsuspecting fans.
Oh no.
Not the first time they've done something like this, actually. After Brett, the head of the troop, found out about it, he put on a disguise one night and snuck into their hideout. Retrieved all the tickets and bills as evidence right under their noses. It was bye-bye scalpers. Brett offered free Well, it sounds awfully like Grant did most of the work, Mr. Alto. So what exactly was your role in all of this? Well, I supplied Brant
Of
with
course you
intel
did.
on the hideout, of course. I was undercover, and it all happened right in front of me.
So this radio can receive signals from outside of Honami now.
Yeah. Everything's ready. Let the acting manager start the party.
Everyone's here, and the food and drinks are almost ready. Shall we start the party?
Why aren't any of the normal Black Show's members here? Only the playable characters. It looks so empty for a party. Let's get this party started.
Careful.
Photo time's over.
The honors, acting manager.
Oh my gosh. That was cute. Aw.
I wish for the moments spent with friends to last forever.
Aw. Wake up, wake up. Huh?
Oh, you're awake, dear passenger.
What was that? Why was the rover disappearing? Did I fall asleep?
Yes, you did. Everyone had a fantastic time last night. After saying goodbye to your friends, you got tired and decided to take a rest in the cafe.
I did? The only thing I remember is what happened right before watching the meteor shower.
What's the matter? Did you not sleep well?
Where's Chisa?
Chisa.
Give me a second. Alright, I'm back.
Chisa woke up before you. She tiptoed out for some fresh air. Said she didn't want to bother you.
Okay. I need to do something. Give me a minute, okay? I'll just go BRB for a second.
This is a testament to my connection with the world around me, and it's very much my companion now, bearing witness to everything I've experienced on this journey.
Hello, I am back. Let's go find Chisa. Oh, she's right here. Let me turn off the music.
Good morning, Rover.
Good morning, Chisa. Can I get you something to drink, passenger?
I already had a cup of coffee this morning. And please stop trying to be Namipon. That was a perfect wrap for our opening party. It was a very special night. A fitting conclusion for everything that's happened over the past 2 months. A celebration for the cafe's opening, and a commemoration for meeting new friends. Even if we were to say farewell now, I wouldn't have any regrets.
Farewell. So you've made a decision.
Yes, I have decided what I'll do next. I will return home first and find my parents. After that, Star Torch Academy to complete my studies. Neither will be easy, but I will overcome whatever stands in my way. Just like how we did together in that tower.
Yay.
Nothing can trap me. I'll find my way back.
That's right. Nothing can stop you.
Nothing can stop you. Nothing.
We'll be going our separate ways for a while, but I'm sure when this is all over, you and I will see each other again. No. When the time comes, I promise I'll come looking for you.
Aw.
Then again, I won't be leaving right away. The Black Shores still wants me back for a few health checkups. What do you say I join the Black Shores during this time, just like Camellia suggested?
Sure.
That one was a joke. Now comes the real part. Thank you, Rover. Thank you for everything you've done for me.
freaky.
It's like someone's pulling them out.
Is that Star Torch Academy?
Wow, 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 wow.
Your frequency loss has been contained for now. How are you feeling?
Much better. Peace out, Cole. I think I'm next.
How can that be? The readings tell me your vitals.
Hey, I'm still wide awake, you know. Just a little beat. And this part of you feels completely empty.
The connection between your frequency and the rift has been cut off. You are out of immediate danger.
Why did my frequency start to dissipate? What was trying to siphon my frequency?
We are unable to confirm at this time. But frequency signatures identical to the void storm were detected in the rift's proximity. The most likely scenario is that this rift is acting as a conduit between here and the Lahai Roi region, which is also where your frequency was drawn to.
The High Roy is where it all started. Guess we'll need to pay the place a visit to find out the actual cause.
I didn't know the High Roy is where it all started.
The void storm at Star Torch was what brought me to Hanami in the first place. Now it's the other way around.
Huh.
Do you suppose this rift can take us straight to Lahai Roi?
I'm sure that's the purpose of this rift in the story. But they won't let you go into it until version 3.0. Is that a viable option?
Theoretically, yes. However, the frequencies inside the rift are highly unstable, and you are likely to lose your way without proper navigation.
Yes, yes.
I'm
Sure.
afraid now is not the appropriate time.
Yeah, you gotta wait for version 3.0.
Oh, so this is where the radio went.
What's with all the noise it's making? Oh, you're here. Look what I found. Spotted it next to the rift. Here, listen to this.
This time, we haven't invited our guests.
The thing's not even turned on, but it's been playing these choppy sounds nonstop.
Oh, I see the problem here. Try adjusting its receiver, passenger. If I'm not mistaken, the sounds will become clearer once you've adjusted it to the right frequency.
Let's give this a try then.
Let's give this a try then. Adjust the knob clockwise.
That doesn't seem right. Try the other way.
In that case...
Oh, there you go.
Mrs. Kachiba, would you mind sharing with us why you chose this particular design? Of the Academy's new uniform?
Mrs. Qiuyuan would be her mother?
Huh?
Huh, is right.
The inspiration came from, well, my daughter. She once made a cutout of this pattern from some old fabric at home. Very interesting. It really captures the Academy's spirit. If it's this uniform, I thought, my little Chisa would love to wear it.
What the hell? What is going on?
Something's probably broken inside. I'll take a look.
Namipon, was that a live signal from Lahai Roy?
Yes, it was. That cassette we put inside lets it receive radio signals from the rift. With the right tweak, maybe I can track it. Like I did with Neon Towers.
It sounded like the Academy's radio talk show. But why did I hear my mother? Does that mean she's at Star Torch? Why is she there? Is she looking for me?
Chisa?
Chisa will need some time to process everything.
I am detecting a unique frequency from this radio.
It has formed a connection with Lahai Roy on the other end of the rift. Once it's all fixed up, I can piggyback on this frequency and plot coordinates from there to Hanami.
Understood. With established coordinates, you will be able to navigate your way within the rift. The Black Shores will also assist with stabilizing the rift to ensure your safety as much as possible. Should you decide to travel to Lahai Roy, to Star Torch Academy.
Of course I'm gonna go there. What do you know about Lahai Roy? Lahai Roy has been mentioned a lot in passing lately. Of course, it's the next region in the game. It's like Nordkrai. They suddenly
It is a
started
region
talking about
once
Nordkrai in
forgotten,
Genshin
covered
the
in
last
snow most of the year,
3-4
and
months.
sparsely populated. No sentinel is there to guide its civilization. Beneath its ice fields lies Star Torch Academy and numerous research facilities, built by a multinational alliance known as the Space Trek Collective.
An international scientific organization jointly established by various nations and organizations of Solaris. It oversees the research, development, and construction work in Lahai Roy. It was the Space Trek Collective that built the Research Institute and the Star Torch Academy in the vast space beneath the Frostlands. So is it like an underground academy?
Star Torch Academy enacts a strict access protocol for all personnel. I will have the necessary paperwork in place before your departure.
Okay. Why is that fully
Looks
blacked
like I
out?
need to make changes to my plans. I want to go back to Star Torch Academy. My family is there, and so are my instructors and classmates. The future may be uncertain, but I know what I have to do.
We'll find the missing frequencies, we'll find out the truth, and we'll return to the academy we attended.
Now, we wait, and then we get through this together.
Together.
The universe has rejected us.
What does that mean? Hello, Hannah. Thanks for contributing to the Karaoke challenge. How far are we? Okay, we are 92%. How are you doing? Let me shout you out. Hello, hello. How was your weekend?
Is this the answer you've been seeking? I hope to make you proud. I hope I haven't let you down.
Who are you? I slept the whole night. Yeah, I've been sleeping a lot too. I think I slept like 10 hours this morning. I woke up in the afternoon.
Is something wrong? Why did you turn back?
I heard a voice on the radio just now.
A voice from the radio? But isn't it broken?
You sure you didn't hear anything strange?
Yes. You must be exhausted. Should we go back to the cafe?
I guess I could use some rest.
I don't think I was imagining it. That voice.
Well, we did that quest. Okay. We can do this or we can do this. I think this is permanent. I think this one has like it only lasts until the end of this patch, so maybe we'll do that first. This one should also be quick. Okay, this is a permanent event, but it has limited rewards for the next 23 days. Okay. Let's do this. Hi Xenia, how you doing? Let me shout you out too. I'm just doing the catching up on the events and stuff and How was your weekend? I saw you tagged me this morning, but I was sleeping back then. I couldn't join your Scribble.io tape. Sorry about that. Thanks for the follow, Saint Vessel. Is that your name?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Thanks to you and Chisa breaking Honami's loops, Shasho Cafe finally has a new visitor. Who knows, this cafe might just hum with life again. About that customer, do you know anything else? How you doing, Vessel? How's your weekend going? She said she's from the Pioneer Association. She seemed troubled by a membership appraisal. We chatted, she asked about nice spots for pictures. I suggested the fountain. Good. Good. That's Just finished and submitted my last assignment of the semester. Why is that a sad face? Should you be happy about that? That means you're oh, okay. Exams coming up. Good luck with your exams, I guess. How long do you have before the exams? The cherry blossoms there are in full bloom. They won the vote for Hanami Crossing's most scenic spot. Pioneer Association membership. 6th is the first one. Okay, so you have about a week. A little less. Good luck with your studies. Whenever that came up, things got a bit heavy. Too complicated, not for a capybara like me. It's best you ask her yourself. But tonight I'm a chill. Yes, you earned it, I guess, if you've been working hard on your assignments. The cafe needs me, so I'll leave you to it, passenger. Right, to the fountain it is. This is the event where you gotta take pictures of different things obtainable after proceeding. Let the whispers echo. Okay. I wish you could fly here. Eri. Hi, I'm Eri from the Pioneer Association. Finally, we meet. I left behind, but doesn't seem local. Where did she come from? Unusual. Better figure out her intentions first. Namipon said you were looking for me? Ah yes, the Dark Legend of Justice. Please, I have a request for you. Dark Legend of Justice? Are you talking about me? Of course, I recognized you immediately. You are the mysterious Scissor Woman's partner, the black-haired hero Hanami's newest urban legend. It's not just that you're strong enough to fight the TDs, it's why you do it. People can see you're genuinely trying to protect the city. Mysterious Scissors Woman. Another bizarre nickname. Come on, legends need cool titles. It's part of the appeal. Anyway, the real reason I sought you out is because I need your help with a project. I want to photograph Hanami City. This isn't just for fun, it's for my membership appraisal. I call myself a member of the Pioneer Association, but I'm technically still pending membership review. Membership review? Now things are getting heavy. I've been a huge fan of Vodarium Geographic magazine since I was a kid. Joining the Pioneer Association as an editor, that's the dream. But the editorial board has a crazy appraisal process. You have to pitch a project that aligns with the association's mission, pull off a photo shoot, secure approval, and get it published. I finally chose my theme, but now the streets are blocked. TDs are popping up everywhere, and my terminal decided to die on me. I was totally out of options until I started hearing about your heroics. Please, you have to help me. This is my one shot. Alright, I'll help you. Thank you, Dark Legend of Justice. Don't worry, I won't let you walk for free. Let's get started then. Please take a photo of this fountain at its absolute best. This place, it used to be so full of life. You could see tired shoppers stopping by, listening to the water, stealing a moment of peace. Just like Shashou Cafe, this fountain became a landmark in Hanami Crossing. It's a memory, the feeling of being perfectly content. The lighting, the framing, the timing, perfect, just perfect. Seeking out your help couldn't have been more right. Thank you. And of course, I have Namipon to thank for introducing us. Hanami's mascot always brings luck. Wherever Namipon goes, good luck follows. So it's only fitting that our next stop has a whole lot more Namipons. Alright, let's go. What is this? Crooked Doodles, gorgeous view ahead. This feels like Dark Souls messages. Take a picture of the giant Namipon. Okay. I feel like this is not the best angle, but fine. Look, the cherry blossoms and this grand army of Namipon statues. This spot was voted to the top of Honami's 10 best views list more than once, you know. This tree may have grown a bit wild, but somehow all these Namipons balance it out. What do you think? Can you feel the bond between Honami and his favorite capybara? I can feel it, and his fascination with voting for random stuff. Ha, you got me there. People in Honami get kinda obsessed with the things important to them. It's that dopey face, the slow waddle, the fluffy everything. Namipon just has a way of melting stress away. If Namipon hears that, it'll start strutting. People here place their hopes for tomorrow on that little guy. I guess when life feels unpredictable, you hold on to simple, certain things. Ah, listen to me ramble on. Sorry. To make it up to you, you pick the next spot. Your turn to choose a photo op. Sure, why not? Then I'm counting on you. Honestly, it's really curious to see what you think is beautiful in this city. Chisa mentioned the cherry blossoms in the underground street. That could work. Didn't expect you to pick this place. A friend recommended it. She said it was lovely here. Let me guess, was it that mysterious scissor-wielding girl? She's got quite the eye. Hey, maybe you should pick up a camera. Maybe she should pick up a camera herself and contribute to the Pioneer Association. Thanks for the praise. I'll pass the compliment along. This is Seisen Garden. I haven't been here in ages. This underground street used to be the heart of Hanami's art scene. They were always hosting film festivals and photo exhibitions. I even had a few of my own pieces displayed here once. Now it's just the cherry blossoms putting on a show for nobody. No more exhibitions, no more crowds. You sound sad. It's more regret than sadness, really. But don't you worry about me, I'm fine. Right now, I have more important things to do. Anyway, we're done here. On to the next spot. Where to? I have one in mind. How about the Summer Arbor? The Summer Arbor walkway in Central Park. The wind chimes are beautiful, but it's too close to Neon Tower. Could be risky. You sure about that? Most left behind instinctively ignore the anomalies around them. It's a coping mechanism. But Eri notices the tower's anomalies. She really is different. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Just please be careful. I don't want you going out of your way. Every single one of these wind chimes carried someone's wish. Their ringing was like a prayer. But now everyone who made those wishes and anyone who might have made them come true, they are all gone. The one who can make their wishes come true, isn't that you? I can't make anyone's wish come true. What can I do? Maybe people didn't make wishes here just so someone could fulfill them. Maybe they did it just to be heard, to share their joy and their sorrow. The wish itself is proof that they were here, a message for anyone who comes after. And now we can hear them too. Isn't that enough? You are a special soul. You really live up to that dark justice title too. Thank you. I needed to hear that. That title. Please drop it. Afraid not. Naming the hero is a privilege of the people. Come on, let's go. We've got more locations to shoot. How many more locations do we have? I remember a huge bed of hydrangeas. Please be careful. I'm sorry.
Tether snap. Structural collapse. Huh? Connection severed. Ta-da! A grand structural integrity intact. Carry on.
My Chisa is not built. I just got her last night, I think.
This ends here.
It's popular random suggested echoes on
Before
her,
the threads snap.
which is fun to use, kinda.
Thanks for watching. Nothingness. Deconstructed.
The animations are really nice.
Break apart.
To be fair,
To pieces.
all animations are really nice and Wuthering Waves.
Dismantle. This ends here. In the blink of an perish.
Animations are like the only reason I pull Qiuyuan, because his animations are really cool. I mean, he is really cool. He's like the aura farmer. I was scared to death. TDs in the residential area. Oak Knight, thank goodness you were here. Must be that tense remnant energy that pulled them in and changed the landscape. But it's not all bad. We got some amazing shots out of it. We seem to know a lot about Hanami's past. Of course I do. I'm part of that past. The city, me, and everyone else still wandering here. We were all lost in the disaster. What's left are only remnants of the past. Oh my god, she knows. She knows. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it. I just couldn't find the words. You meant no harm. Don't be sorry. You've already figured it out, haven't you? Or did you know from the start? I realized it from the way you spoke and acted. The left behind in Honami don't see Neon Tower's distortion. They don't remember the lament that struck either. They just go on repeating their old lives and memories in this Sonoro city. But you remember everything. Why? I can't say why exactly, but when the lament came, I was aware of it. I felt my own end. And in that instant, a single powerful wish was born. I think that wish is what's keeping me here. I won't fade away, not until I've seen it through. That's my choice. So you came to me to fulfill that wish. Yes, and with your help, it's almost within reach. Aw. Alright, my sweet hero. Oh, that's kind of weird. Just one last place I want to photograph. Let's go. This is the last one. Take the picture however feels right to you. Can I take a picture of her? Last photo for the Hanami City project is finally complete. Could you deliver these to the Pioneer Association for me? My application must be years overdue by now. Just saying it out loud is so embarrassing. Aww. I will. But are you sure you don't want to be the one to do it? I thought you want to see it to the end yourself. It's alright. I don't need to. Truth is, I almost quit my appraisal halfway through. When I joined the association as an intern and saw what my peers were willing to do, I realized my dream was just a kid's fantasy, a naive admiration. I couldn't do what they did, staking their lives to photograph a dying city. I admired their passion, but I just didn't have it in me. Compared to them, my resolve was a joke. So I came back to Hanami, buried the project, and tried to forget. But you couldn't forget. You picked it back up. I couldn't bear the thought of Hanami being forgotten. I refused to let that happen. In that final moment, as I lay dying, I saw Hanami's blue sky one last time, saw the cherry blossoms falling as always. Regret washed over me, and from it, a wish was born, stronger than anything I had ever felt. This city that I love so much, its people, all of it, it didn't deserve to just vanish. In that moment, I finally understood the duty I walked away from, my friends at the association. They must have known this feeling. That's why they walked into danger, to record it all, to save something, save a civilization's memories, to leave proof of existence. Yes, and completing this Hanami photo feature with you is the last thing I can do for this city. Your wish, is it fulfilled? Yes, it is. Thank you, Dark Legend of Justice. No, thank you, my friend, for helping me see it through. No. She just disappeared. I'm sad now. You leave Hanami City and deliver the photos to the Pioneer Association along with Aries membership application. Damn. Hello again, passenger. Where's the other passenger? She fulfilled her wish and left. I see. What a shame. I even had desert ready for her. Or for me, I suppose. This is the reward she promised. She left it in my care for you. You know, when she first wandered in here, she put on a cheerful face, but I could feel the weight on her. On your little adventure together, did she get any happier? Yes, she became happy. Wonderful. After all, making sure Hanami's people are happy is one of my duties, you know. Another answer to destruction. Ah. That sword looks really cool. Ah. Man, that quest kind of made me super sad. Being aware that you are gone and it's just a memory. It's so sad. I'm surprised my PC can handle these battles, interactions.
Grand overture. Dismantle.
Good.
Down to the micron.
Anyway. Investigate.
Next up, so you and Chisa can get to school okay. I'm gonna use a dozen rice dangos worth of effort.
It'll be an investigation. We're not going to school. That's a strange unit of measurement.
Okay. When you get to Lahai Roy, take care of each other, alright?
Are you really not coming with us?
Nope. I'm a Nami-pon from Honami. This is where I stay.
Makes sense.
I'll look after the cafe while you're away. It'll always be here when you need to rest.
Oh, hon. Why you gotta bring up the emotional talk out of the blue?
Oh. I think I'll do this first. Extra, clear the residential. What is this? Is it like a dungeon crawler type of event? You need to go into the city, clear these regions, and then extract. After the end of Honami's looping crisis, Chisa heads to the Black Shores to recover. Namipon from Shasho Cafe contacts you to request your help in investigating a series of strange occurrences throughout Honami City. Assist Namipon with the investigation, while also gathering supplies to help rebuild the Shasho Cafe. Is the Valorant Game Changers final still going on? It's been so long. Oh, it's over. What was the score? So, Chisa, passenger, I asked you here today for a little investigation. There have been unexplainable events popping up around Honami City lately. What kind of unexplainable events are we talking about? Rumors among the left behind is the events all seem to follow a certain pattern, always leaving people in, well, a strange situation. Like the mysterious scissors woman, the haunted apartment, and the moonlit rare tiger. Wait, that's a Bungo Stray Dogs reference. I need to take a screenshot of this. And send it to my friend. Mysterious scissors woman, stop, you're starting to scare me. Does this have something to do with the lament? It might be, but it's hard to tell. That's why I wanted to ask you to investigate with me. One thing bothers me though, the lament's lingering power in Honami's district shouldn't be strong enough to cause this. Not on its own, at least. Okay. Unless it's being manipulated or being purposefully triggered. Just like how a tango needs its sweet filling to become a delicacy. But oh, these are all just theories. We'll know more after we see things for ourselves. Could be worth a look. Are there ever any other staff here? Not in my time, no. But this cafe has been here long before the lament. So in the distant past, I guess there must have been. By the way, if we're going to investigate areas in the city, we can't be too careful. Most of Honami is still crystallized. I've set up little base stations for you guys. They have all the nice features that'll make our investigations twice as easy. And if you happen to find any rice tangos out there, be sure to bring them back. I can use them to upgrade the cafe's facilities and offer you even better support. Why rice tangos? Because they're Honami's signature delicacy. Soft, sweet, and loved by all. You should try some, passenger. Anyway, once you're all set, let's give the nearest station a whirl. I'll tell you more later. Oh, no. Unlock more Navipaw support and Navipaw stickers. Build up your team's abilities. Okay.
Dismantle!
Oh, what is this? I got a text message I need to reply to. Give me a second. Let's try this event a bit. I'm not sure. Give me another second. Begin preparations. Inspect your newly unlocked support Nami pawns here. Click to inspect or switch support Nami pawns. Oh my gosh, there's so much. Auto equip. You can now explore the next area. Let's go.
Observe the surroundings. Move with caution.
Time to get back to work.
Break the Nami pawn pattern wooden crates.
Efficiency above all.
Stronger Namipon stickers will be automatically equipped when picked up. Okay, what is this? 26? Is that like a strength rating?
Fine. Comes with the
Oh, I
job.
don't know how to use Zani.
All yours.
Together we stand.
I don't know how to use these characters. I can collect flowers. Okay. Contaminated loot. While exploring, you'll come across loot contaminated by lament residue. Interact with the loot item to purify it and obtain rewards. Okay.
Dark forces. Dismantle. Flicker into form. Deviation corrected.
Interact with the light box to reveal the map of this area. After activating a Namipon light box, you can teleport back to its location while exploring. However, after you leave the area, the light box must be reactivated before you can teleport to it again. Okay. Activating a Namipon light box reveals enemies and supply chests in its vicinity. Why does this game mode have a bigger map than the open world? Huh? Noon Delight Fizzy Drink. Unequipable loot. Aside from stickers, Hanami City is filled with unique collectible items that, while lacking practical effects, hold significant value. These loot items can be sold to the sales champ in exchange for rice tangos, which can be spent to enhance your exploration abilities in Hanami City. Okay.
Obstruction. Please flicker into form. Cutting through the numbers. Exiles in a breath. All done.
You can book the Namipon shuttle from a telephone booth, which lets you safely extract at any moment. Extraction by Namipon shuttle does not incur item loss. Okay. Wait, am I supposed to extract right now? Namipon shuttle is booked and ready. You can return to base at any time. All your loot will be safely brought back. Let's go. 1450 to 1452 rice tango. That's a lot of tango. Returning to Shashou Cafe. Looks like you've gotten a general idea of the situation in Hanami City. It's time we investigate the first unexplainable event. The one closest to us is the haunted apartment, a fine place to start. The city is still pretty dangerous, so I've arranged a safe and reliable Namipon shuttle for you. Beep beep. Beep 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 beep. Unlock sticker slots in preparation. Some loot items can be sold from the warehouse. Spend rice dangles to unlock more sticker slots. Quick sell unequipable loot items. Select a locked slot and spend rice tango to unlock it. Sure, let's do it. Equip Nami Pawn stickers to increase combat power. Sure, let's do it. Obtain 1000 rice tango in total. These are the standard 1.2 million to unlock post doomsday coffee avatar. Oh my gosh. What about the limited rewards? Clear the Neon Tower challenge at danger level 6. Kinda want this, it's cute. Obtain 6 legendary.
Go, passenger.
To progress the story, you must follow the main objectives of your journey in Honami to investigate and resolve the unexplainable events throughout the city. Re-exploration is available in Honami City after you resolve the city's major unexplainable events. Oh, that explains things. So that's why the explorable area in the open world is so small. You may safely extract after completing the main objective, Stranger Things in Honami. Side objectives: take down the Nami Pong poster, eliminate the anomaly in any one area. Okay. I should be a lot stronger than them. Can I change it? I don't know how to use these guys. These characters. I don't know the rotations.
Let's move.
Due to Lament's residue, TDs will grow increasingly dangerous. Enemies will deal greater stability damage. When an enemy's level far exceeds yours, its level indicator will be red. Okay. Enemies grow stronger over time. Keep an eye on the time. Zorak.
Efficiency above all.
Flicker into form. Excised in a breath.
Tether snap.
Flicker into form.
Break apart.
Sentinel, protect me.
Together we stand. Judgment time.
You stuck.
Is that all? Ah, my shield can withstand more than that. Come at me. All yours. Come at me.
This isn't good. Passenger, stay alert.
This ends here. Dead center. Flicker into form.
Wow, that was fantastic.
Why can I not go there? I need to go around, I guess.
Structural
Did I
analysis
miss
complete.
anything?
Structural analysis complete.
Huh? Underground?
Obstruction.
In heavily contaminated zones, TDs affected by iridium glow may appear. Deplete them all to purify the zone and obtain higher value route. Oh, okay.
Flicker into form. Come. Meet your end. Structural collapse. Cutting through the numbers. Might be worth bringing along.
Did we find something good?
I once saw her kill 6 TDs with a pair of scissors. With a freaking pair of scissors. Juice.
Obstruction. These pests again. Deviation corrected. This ends here.
Zoni sticker.
Structural analysis complete.
Why did it show chests underground?
Flicker into form. Stress points mapped. Sentinel, protect me. Crystals, give me strength.
I have no idea how to use Phoebe or Zani. I'm just doing random bullshit though.
Better be something.
What is this? Oh, I don't have space. Oh my gosh, this is Famicom 19,900 666. I guess we replace this. 425, replace this. I want this. Yeah, I guess I gotta let you go. Sorry, Nami Bomb figurine. What is this? How do I get up there? Help. Oh, come on. I guess I can't go there right now. It's okay. $5.28, that's not enough to replace anything, I think. What are you doing here?
This isn't looking good. All done.
Oh,
We must be careful now.
12 Nami Pawns have gone missing throughout Monami City. Find these missing Nami Pawns and send them back to Shasho Cafe for a generous reward for Holmes. Missing Nami Pawns will be marked on the map.
Eye of Unraveling. Dead center blocked. Better do something.
Man, I'm running out of space in my inventory.
Leave it to me.
Oh, it took me forever to find this rice tango in the convenience store. I'll have to try to make it last as long as I can. And the music is so loud. There are more rice tangos at the cafe. Really? I think I can get a feel of the cafe's location. Yes, I'll go check it out. I wonder what other treats they might have there.
Pests again.
The music is so loud. Can I? Yes, please.
These pests again. To pieces! This ends here! All done.
Fruit, I don't have space. Maybe that's better. Get one of you, one of you. Where's this other Nami pawn? We bank clerks don't work for the banks, we work to make everyone happy. Let's just skip. Contamination level rising. Oh my
Flicker
god,
into
this so
form.
strong.
Nothingness. Deconstructed. Connection severed. Stress points mapped. Flicker into form. To pieces.
Sentinel protects me. Together we stand. Ha! Purified.
Oh no. Huh. Um, 2 days. I can't believe they added loot management to this game. Huh. Sure. Sure. What is this? Wish I could take this, but I don't think I can. What is the sum of these two? 925 and 1235. It's 126021. Yeah, this is more than this. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. It's just 100. Yeah. What if we let these two? Nope, I don't think there's any more optimal way of. Didn't expect to be hit with the 0 and knapsack problem. Now that those unusual TDs are gone, the lament power around here seems to have stabilized. Oh passenger, look, our ghostly lady is waking up. Ah, my head. Are you Namipon the mascot? What happened? He briefly explained the situation to her. So it wasn't just a dream. I was affected by the lament's power and turned into some kind of possessed ghost. We haven't found any other lingering traces of lament power here. I believe that is the case. How incredible. Thank you for saving me. I'm Kirine, a Honami local. I'm curious, what exactly is this lament power you mentioned? To keep it simple, Honami's lament power manifests as a unique phenomenon we call iridoglow. Iridoglow, you mean those rainbow-colored sparkling things? I think I saw something like that right before all this happened. This area isn't fully secure yet. Let's head back to the cafe, we'll be able to explain in peace there. Couldn't agree more. We'll have delicious coffee and desserts waiting our treat. Your help in investigating these unexplainable events would be really appreciated, Kirine. Sure, I do love a nice cafe. Please lead the way. Let's leave, I guess. I'm surprised this cafe looks so different from the one I remember. That one wasn't as spacious and the location wasn't nearly as nice. Oh, what was it you wanted to ask about? Ask about our identity and experiences? I need to figure out what connects the victims of these unexplainable events. Since they were all left behind, it must be some kind of strong attachment keeping them in Honami. You mentioned you're a Honami local, Miss Kirine. Can you tell us a bit about yourself? I'm just an ordinary high school girl. What's special about me? Well, I've been sickly since I was a kid. I couldn't go out much, and hospital visits were a regular part of my life. Actually, to think I was flying during this unexplainable event is actually kind of nice. Flying. You obtained details of the location from Kirine. So you're investigating the unexplainable events happening in Honami. That reminds me of two detectives who used to stay in the old cafe. Maybe they're looking into it too. I wonder what the truth behind all this really is. Sometime later, after saying goodbye to Kirine, we still haven't figured out what's causing these unexplainable events, but judging from Miss Kirine's situation, they might be triggered by the lingering attachments of the left behind. Huh. Miss Kirine was always sick and stuck inside, so it turned her into a flying ghost. It's like her wish to be free was granted, but in a twisted way. It's too soon to jump to conclusions, but the Maitian passageway she mentioned is highly suspect. Has anyone reported strange happenings there, Namipo? I did hear a few stories. How about we head to the commercial district next? The trail might be cold, but it's better than just chasing rumors. Let's move out. By the way, we've gathered enough materials from our exploring to fix up our facilities. Be sure to take a look when you get a moment, passenger. Before we head out again, you should talk to Poems. I think it needs your help with some of the other Namipons scattered around the city. Oh hey, I found this lying near that unusual TD earlier. I'll find a nice spot for it. Oh, a quick sell. What is this? Souvenir. What do I do with this? Can I hang it somewhere?
Which little corner shall we decorate today? I'm always ready to be at your service.
Bum. Not yet available. I can't do anything right now. Spend rice dangles to upgrade your Nami Bomb badge. Noise. Are these my characters? Or... wait, this is a trial. Oh. What do I do with this? Oh, I can just... use this team now. Should I unlock? I think. Yeah, that should be good enough.
Which little corner shall we decorate today? I'm all forward we go.
Nice music. Talk to Poems. Where is Poem? Long time no see. I'm impressed you found one of our missing Nami bombs so quickly.
New mysteries await. Are you ready? Back safe and sound. One more piece in the puzzle. Back safe and sound. One more piece in the puzzle.
Ah, nice. Six legendary collectibles. 6 missing Nami pawn. Neon Tower. I'm assuming these two will be part of the main quest, so that'll be fine. This should also happen eventually. This will happen eventually. This should also happen eventually. Yeah, I think the asteroid should be pretty easy to get. Successfully extracted danger level 6 with estimated income greater than 1. Ah. Whatever.
Excised in a breath.
Don't know if I want to play more. Did they unlock another? Nope, I've done this. Should I do one more run of this? Maybe.
Which little corner shall we decorate today? I'm always ready to be at your service. Which little corner shall we decorate today? I'm always ready to be at your service.
Do you gonna say that every time? Installer to increase the site objective income. Expand back capacity, I love that. Earn 10% upon success, okay. I can get all of these.
Forward we go. Forward we go.
Oh god, that's so annoying.
Forward we go.
Oh my gosh.
Forward we go. Forward we go.
Not available yet. Okay, I think we got all the buffs we needed.
I've got a feeling something good's awaiting us.
I think we should be good. Take down the Nami Pole poster.
Let's go.
Honor cannot be sullied.
Leave it to me. Loading.
Oh, I want to break the boxes first. That's okay.
Call it precision.
Roars of conquest!
These pests again.
Sing of my triumph! Honor cannot be sullied. Roars of conquest!
Wow, treasure spotted.
Stay behind me. Honor.
These pests again.
with style and grace. Is that all?
I should light up the map first.
Wow, treasure spotted.
Nice.
Keep up!
Pests again.
I shall bear witness. On you go. Face me.
What happened to my game? I think my game might have crashed. No, no, no. Yeah, I think my game crashed. Oopsies. I still hear the music though. Yep. Restarting. Let's see if it forces me to start over the run. If yes, I'll probably end stream for now.
This
Oh, nice,
isn't
we're
looking
back.
good.
Back where we left off. That's good at least.
Loading.
In war with time.
On you go.
Um, what do I do with you? Okay, that's easy. Target number 1, mysterious businesswoman. Reward 2 million rice tangos. Area all districts in Hanami City. Status impending. Kaitan and Namipo. Where are you? There's supposed to be one here. Show Cafe. Where? Are you up there? What? What am I looking for? Oh. Well, didn't expect you to crack my riddle. Tell me, do you really think there's some hidden mysterious power inside this passageway? I don't. Right, it's just a service line connecting two tunnels. Nothing special. True or not true, a kaidan like this surely adds a little thrill to everyday life, doesn't it? I don't know what kaidan is. Wait, kaidan. It's like a story, some sort of story, right? Like a myth. I know that because I was looking into dandadan, like what the meaning of that is. And yeah, there's a theory that it just means a story of stories or something. Stability can be consumed to open capsule machines, which have higher chance. Okay. I mean, I could do that, but do I have space? Hum.
Pests again.
All done.
Huh. How does a card take up so much space?
Stay behind me. Roars of conquest!
That doesn't make sense.
Perceptimon! Stay behind me.
I feel like this guy is a reference to something, some anime or something. Aces of Onami City, probably also a reference to something. But I don't know.
Stay behind me.
Leave it to me. Loading. Iron graft you knew.
I'll indulge you. Taste my resolve. Praise me. Fate. Reveal. Conquest begins. All glory.
Oops.
Perceptimon.
It's dead already.
Yeah. Yeah. One strike is enough.
Oh gosh. Do I have space? I don't. Well, how do I find out which ones I already own? I guess I get rid of these. Take this. Get rid of you. What if I get rid of everything that's still not enough? Not enough. Okay. Oh no, how do I fit this back? Whoops. I would need to take this. Nope. Yeah. Let's go. Two rice tangos. Okay, will that be cash or credit? Oh, I feel really dizzy. Where's the cash register? What's going on? Wasn't I just in an overtime shift? You don't need to keep doing this. You've been caught in an unexplainable event. Huh? Okay. Let's just skip. do I want to do this?
Oh,
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of good loot. Oh, I didn't know you could turn them around. Okay, wait, this is 1380, 1346. This goes out. This goes out. Let me put you here, you here. Put you out for a second. Put you in. Take you out. Take you in. Okay, so this is 1380, but instead of that, I can take 3 of these. So that's better. Right. Yeah, I think that's the best I can do. I completely min-max this. Extract 98,000. That's awesome. Oh, mommy. This coffee is so nostalgic. It's completely different from the instant stuff I usually drink, and the cake is so sweet. Thank you. That's right, Namipo. You said you've been investigating the unexplainable events. Does Iridoglow ring any bells? Iridigo, you mean the stuff that looks like iridescent cellophane? I think I started working overtime after seeing something like that. Do you remember what happened? I don't really remember, but I'm pretty sure I was at work and I think I ran into someone from the old cafe. Miss Kirine said something very similar. Kirine, you mean the short-haired girl who gets sick all the time? You've met her? Tell her about the previous unexplainable event. So it really was her. I wonder how she's doing. We haven't seen each other in so long, not since the old cafe got shut down. Ask about the cafe. How Mommy also mentioned that old cafe. We should look into it. Could you tell me more about that cafe? Don't you mean Kirine mentioned the cafe? Oh, it's just a place I used to work. It was a tiny, rundown little spot. Nothing like this place, but if I had to compare, the owner at the time adopted a lot of capybaras. She gave them names like like New Honami Line or Sakana Line, though none of them could talk. What happened to that shop afterwards? It went out of business. After that, everyone just drifted apart. I heard someone later wanted to rebuild it, but what's gone is gone, you know? You can't ever really go back. But if you're investigating these unexplainable events, you might have some luck finding the aces of Honami. Their names are Shota and Firi. They were detectives who used to stay at that cafe. Knowing them, they've probably already started poking their noses into this. They might be able to help you. I've heard of them before. Thank you, Miss Aomami, for the information. After saying goodbye to Aomami, you and Namipon sought out something. Miss Aomami always wanted a high-paying job, and the unexplainable event trapped her in an endless shift. Her wish came true in a way, I guess. Wishes aside, I'm more curious about the person that both victims reported seeing, and both incidents also involved Iridoglow. While it may not be the direct cause, I'm certain there's a connection. These are more actionable leads than the victim's psychological states. Apologies, I got caught up in thinking aloud. Don't worry, you're making perfect sense, Chisa. Let's follow up on this. Okay, we need to watch for anyone else investigating this and identify those present at the scenes before the unexplainable events occurred. Now pawn shuttle lines to the central and commercial districts have been cleared. We're free to search the city for clues now. But before we leave, we should go find Sales Champ and Sales Champ first. It seems to have good news for you. Oh, hey, I found this lying near that unusual TD earlier. I find a nice spot for it.
Which little corner shall we decorate today? Forward we go!
Supply shop.
Welcome.
Oh, Star of Solaris. Ah. Wait, 13140. What? What is this?
All packed up. Don't forget to take it with you, passenger. Oh, good choice.
Guess I'll get these.
Oh, good choice.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. Quick sell. Common stickers, rare stickers, sell. Okay, auto equip. I have 89,000. I could upgrade. Let's do it, I guess. Do I need this? Probably not, right?
Welcome.
Let's talk to
New
Bones.
mysteries await. Back safe and sound. One more piece in the back safe and sound. One
Oh
more
god,
piece
this
back
is
safe
so
and
annoying.
sound. One more piece in the puzzle.
Ah. That's quite a lot done today. Got 5 of the limited rewards already. We have 6 more left. And some of these, I mean, these are also limited, but these don't have asteroids, so I don't really care about these. I don't want this. And I want all of these. Supplies are available.
Welcome.
Cafe
Which little corner shall
decor.
we decorate today? I'm always ready to be at your service.
Increase attack, HP. Nami palm, blind boxes. Expand back capacity.
Forward we
Yes,
go.
please. I don't think I'll need
Forward
this,
we
but
go.
sure.
Forward we go.
Forward we go.
Forward we go. Forward we go. Forward we go. Welcome. Welcome.
Huh. Should we play more or not? I think I'll take a break first and then we'll decide. Yeah, let's go for a little break. Hello. I think I'll do one more run and then we'll end the stream probably.
Go, go, passenger.
Nami City is now open to free exploration. Aside from the telephone booth, you can also book Nami Pond shuttles from the preparations menu. Taking that option allows you the freedom to extract at any time. Okay. Oh. Do I want to do this? I don't think I'll need it, but 1,000 is not that much. Let's just do it. Insurance.
Let's move.
All areas in Hanami City have been unlocked. You may now freely explore Hanami City or continue with the story. Various area-to-globe portals might appear while you're exploring. They can randomly transport you to special areas in Hanami City. Okay. Now, I wanna do this.
Stay behind me. Honor cannot be sullied. To arms! Sing of my triumph!
All done.
It's a
Better
lot
be
of
something useful.
gold loot.
Stay behind me. To arms! Pathetic struggle!
Did we find something good?
To the lands afar.
Why are you crying? Excuse me, sir. I think I lost my Nami Paw plushie. Do you remember where you might have dropped it? Sure.
Stay behind me.
I don't know if I can come back and give it to you.
Honor cannot be sullied.
Leave it to me. Loading. Diminish. Perish.
In war with time.
Now watch closely.
Did we find something good?
Photon tuning. Tunneling. Evolutron. Is that a Digimon reference? Missing young female with piercing gold grays known to fight with scissors.
Actually, these pests again.
What is this? Oh, wait. What is this? Did I miss the capsule machine? Should I go back?
Did we find something good?
Not really.
Roars of conquest!
Horrors of conquest.
Wow. Oh, wow, passenger. You really are lucky.
No. Oh wait, I have so much space. Might as well take it.
Stay behind me. Honor cannot be sunk. To arms!
Loading. All done. Might be worth bringing along.
Wow. Oh my god, 120,000 each. Oh my gosh. What the hell? Are those film reels? Bum. I guess we remove these and we put you here. I don't want to extract just yet. There's a lot of stuff here. Cat. Pet the cat. Okay, do I go into the portal? Yeah, I'm not scared of that.
This pests again. Sing of my triumph! Loading. Perish. I'll indulge you. Ha. Ha.
Did we find something?
Bruh. I guess I could get rid of this. Now I should get rid of this because I know I'll find more loot later. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there's so much stuff on this. Zoom in, please. I can't zoom in. What light are you talking about? You meant this lamp. Dragon of Onami. Yakuza Namipon. That's cute, that's cute. Did we take care of the poster? Yes. Eliminate the anomaly.
More useful. Than I thought.
Where am I? I'm in some other region entirely.
We must be careful now.
In war with time.
With style and grace.
all done.
It's dead already.
Well done, I thought.
Huh.
Diminish.
Are we leaving?
Call it precision.
Stay behind me. These pests again.
Okay, this is crazy.
This is all done.
Stay behind me. Honor cannot be sullied.
Oh god, again. I think my game crashed again. I think it might be a bug with this game mode. It keeps happening when I enter combat on this game mode specifically. Yeah, I think I'll finish this run and I'll relaunch the game and finish this run, and then I think we'll end for the day.
Honor cannot be sullied.
Dare you!
Eating mermaid grants you eternal. Like what?
Stay behind me.
Did they really say that?
Honor.
We must be careful now.
This isn't looking good.
What do you mean this isn't looking good? This is looking great, buddy. Whoa, this is 4980. Hmm, 3000. Never mind, it's too big.
We must be careful now.
Drugs.
All done.
Stay behind me.
That's the thundering Memphis. No, wait. Yeah, it is.
Leave it to me. Loading.
Iron graft you knew.
Now watch closely. Bow before me. Ha!
Dude, they just keep dying as soon as I switch to Yuno. Okay. Well. Well then. Um, 4, 6 something. These are better. Better. Guess I just take this. And these. 541,000. That's a lot. I'm sad about not getting this one. But I think we have everything that's gold. Okay, wait, this is 4680 for 6 blocks. No, 6 blocks of 2,000 each. Definitely worth more. Yeah. I think we're good. Is this a Bungo Stray Dogs reference? It's gotta be right.
Keep
What
up.
is that? How do I get there? I think I'm leaving now. That was fun though. We have like almost 5.5 550k, 650k. Damn. Do you know about the lamented Honami? But I just ignored them. We're done with 3 out of 4, so I think there's probably one more. Okay, first of all, let's go to the warehouse. What happened to those neon towers, huh? Hello?
Which little corner shall we decorate today? I'm always ready to be at your service.
Wait a second. Is there a use for these? Let me look it up. I think we can sell these. Ah. I think we're good. Damn, we went straight. Damn. Okay. Limited time rewards.
Which little corner shall we decorate today? I'm always welcome.
I don't really care about these. Do I care about these? I mean, I can buy these for 300 and... What is the selling price? A 1.5k. So that's a net profit.
All packed up. Don't forget to take it with you, passenger. New mysteries await. Are you back safe and sound? One more piece in the puzzle. Back safe and sound. One more piece. Back safe and sound. One more piece in the puzzle. New mysteries await. Are you ready?
Oh, I missed one of these.
Which little corner
I'm
shall we
gonna go
decorate
back.
today? I'm always ready to be. Which little corner shall we decorate
Oh
today?
my god,
I'm
can you
always
stop?
ready to be at your service.
Set of outdoor seating, unlocks the gallery.
Forward we go.
Wait, should I not have sold? Never mind. That's a lot of progress. Oh. Oh. Nice. There's hints on where you can get all of these. Why is my warehouse?
Which little corner shall we decorate today? I'm always ready to be at your
All
service.
sticker bonus effects are increased. Back capacity, please. Yes. Okay, load bonus from collectibles and destructible.
Forward we go. Forward we go.
You are so annoying. Increase attack and decrease damage taken. Restore 10 points of stability.
Forward we go. Forward we go.
Don't really need this. But the completionist in me kind of wants it. Okay, I think... Oh, they added an option to just hide the UI.
Which little corner shall we decorate today?
I guess I'll get it
Forward
anyway.
we go.
Sure. Yeah, I think we're done. Is there anything, any other last moment items? Probably not. I just want to go to sleep now, man. Yeah, I think I'll just end. I'm just feeling super tired. Should we raid out? Let's see. I think TV is streaming Wuwadu. Maybe we'll raid out to him. I don't know if anyone's still watching though. But yeah, if anyone is still watching, then good night, good afternoon, good day to you wherever you are. Hope you had a good weekend and you're ready for the upcoming week. Those in school, I hope your assignments and exams and everything are going well. And yeah, I think, let me just check if he's still streaming. Wait. Ace is playing Valo? I guess we'll go to TV just in case anyone's watching for the drops. Yeah, good night, everyone. Bye bye.